everyone, we're back for another week of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're picking back up on episode 5, The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. We're still in the middle of a big trial, trying to get Gina Lestrade considered not guilty for the murder of the pawn shop owner. Gina, how are you holding up?
Minnie? Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything?
What's the point, eh?
Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard? For the likes of me. What? Well, you saw it. That picture.
What picture?
Oh, you mean this? Photograph taking my earliest red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think you would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they?
Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Well, you've gotta have your doubts about me now. You can still think I'm innocent.
Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? We just cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still. We'd really like to hear from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner at your place, right, Iris? Then you all had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember.
After that, I just couldn't go to get to sleep. So I sit up and went down the street to the 2-to-1, Winnebeck's place. I had to know. If Iris' story was there or not?
If Iris' story was there or not? How about the Baskervilles?
I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. That's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in a lug with Winnebeck for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time.
So you broke into Winnebank's?
I had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that it was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and stuck inside. As dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick. And that's when... I nearly died, I did. The next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... I don't know what.
Years ago, who was in here this afternoon? I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery.
The mental skill. I've got it here. Just Sholmes leave a load of papers with you. Story.
I beg your pardon?
How did the... something or other. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady. But I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Shone's really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
It's in the old cove, unlocks the storm room door, and we both went inside. And it was there, alright. The manuscript. Jones weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Jenny? Anyway, there's a bit of a kick-up in the main bit of the shop.
Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes.
What was that noise? Someone's breaking in!
You me? Is there some Virgo's convention here tonight that I don't know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well I'll come with you then.
Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
And with that, I took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself, when... I had a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. Then there he was, right at my feet. Lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as he liked.
Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windenbeck might come for you?
Yeah. So I went to grab the Cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windenbeck was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing.
That must be when you passed out, Gina.
If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old Cove might still be alive.
Did you tell the police everything you just told us?
Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Jenny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. He was about to put the real culprit through the mill. That Cove was there in the afternoon. That Eggert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night.
You don't know his real name yet. But I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
You what? You can leave it on Rita's capable hands now, Jenny. Mr. Naruto.
Yes?
How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on. It was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the Voltron off with him, even though he was a killer.
No, I could never forget that.
Oh.
Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who done it.
True now.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Yonosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking. Surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diver, and no good liar.
You're not like McGilvin. I know that.
Eh? That's right. You're a friend, Ginny. Iris?
We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes.
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly. Mr. Naruto, I...
Defendant Gina Lestrade, legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's pieces of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord, the subpoena witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at short notice, sir. But of course, as an upstanding member of the Slender Society, it's my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer.
Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station.
Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about he having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This will really beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present may claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some scoundrel detective's homebrewed tincture can probably be taken as serious evidence. So, you denied the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. And I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Yunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So... I trust we can conclude this quickly.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? The Lord Chief Justice, I'll have you know. Well, needless to say...
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical was able to differentiate... Spare me the science lesson! Who's this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assume all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you aren't able to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh, what? Me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I have enough to hit with this. How many times have I gotta tell you?
Yes, I know, you're not Big Bro Soke. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Eh, go blind, Governor. You what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Eh, my thoughts? I don't have none of them. They must have been him. No thoughts, head empty. You what?
Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing, honestly, nothing. I was just thinking... If he waves his arm like that much more, he'll open up the wound again, that's all.
What wound?
Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago, it ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was... well, you know, I was worrying for them, and...
Oh, Elsbells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm? My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you allow the court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at this insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that the last statement be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. You were literally just there. Represent this now.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This was, until the day of his murder, in pawn at Mr. Winterbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Jeanette Lestrade, that afternoon, however. Somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Oh yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Oh well. It would seem that I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some kind in taking an item that you own out of one? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I am quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying former gilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? The gilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. Gilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he is lying. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse was on an errand. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. He claimed that was your overcoat. Obviously. And in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And then there's a note on it that reads "Former Gilded." I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGill at a gentleman's club in this city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question is a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGill hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly.
You didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGill had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it?
But perhaps he'd seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Huh. Valor was brought in by police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or regarding bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilda's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in.
You know, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm going to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. There's no doubt about it. That witness was lying through his pearly white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilda as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
Progress is being very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. Present this.
Objection!
This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGillen had another article in pawn at Windibanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGillen in Windibanks' pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the men deposited? The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I mean, there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
But that means that for some reason, this grading fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zix? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, send the photographic prints to the court, if you please. More prints? Yes, sir. These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Let's check the recorders again.
As she usually explained, using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windermere received his customers. And the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, this revealed a small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 PM on the 13th of April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items on the shop front. Now what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras on about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 PM on the 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So you have 2 pictures to compare. But I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Really, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explore the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So you men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. You're gonna have to stereoscope these again. I counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same.
What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you tend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the 2 prints?
Take that!
I like to use this device, my lord. To view the 2 prints stereoscopically. Ooh! Yes, you got the puck at last. You can't resist it, can you? got the cross-eyed compulsion.
Come on, Bruno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. Here we go. Now look through the eyepiece.
There is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
This looks right.
Nope, stop drifting. How can I get this?
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Wait. Unbelievable. You're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. It's because this small box was indeed not stolen from one of the banks of the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. We're suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGill is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but it means whatever is in the box might have been stolen. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, you have to consider that what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at the banks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoping by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese speciality, it would seem. What are you trying to say? Our learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilda from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have been value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilda perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established that he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. I propose a toast, stimulating friend, and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box desk in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, I have to wait for the box to be analyzed.
What's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They provide pieces of evidence.
Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilda's true character, and we know that this is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny... But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
But not like I can explain it any other way. We still haven't used this paper yet. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. What proposal, counsel? What the court awaits the arrival of McGill in his small box. I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Winterbanks by Mr. McGill, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. You've proved the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Oh, but things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have. Old friend Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. And I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish.
Good luck, Bruno.
The articles that Mr. McGill had deposited in Winterbank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the Omnibus Case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGill. The Omnibus Case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Japanese friend. Allow me to recast the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGill. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Miss McGill died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither did this nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade. Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean.
I don't know what you mean. I always say all what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Mrs. Strahd. This is extremely important.
But...
Remember, bro. If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose.
Hey, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Us? We're on your side. Alright then.
I'll talk. It's the right choice, Sheena. Well, it was he never learned friend. This hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilda's spawned articles in that extraordinary case of the Omnibus are secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You revealed the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statement. Here we go.
Truth is, that brickmaker code was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof dick went off to call the slopes. That's when McGill slipped the driver something to do up and run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error and missed the Eldritch trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I believe it. The old trial was a farce, and it's all lies. Every good fellow was brought into the court, just like that pickpocket.
Don't forget that one from the east. They're all in it together.
You're wrong, a lot of ya! Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug!
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
You really stitched everyone up, didn't you? What an operation to get the man off scot-free!
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of the Gilded Spawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you had just plunged yourself into, This may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. The pawn shop obviously being Winterbanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawn brokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Romantiques.
Good took off his coat and gave it to the driver.
Why are they talking whispering right over here?
He followed it up all careful like before I handed it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat ain't it's gotta be worth a few bob. The driver looked pretty happy when he got past some grass in his face. You're not running off that lick. Then the boat trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
You how exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to stop if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago?
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I'd have to hang on the ticket from the pawn shop, and make sure not to lose it.
Ticket? Well, I'd never.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really? Why on earth would Mr. McGilda have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. It would seem to be the only logical explanation, my lord. What McGilda had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Anyway, after that he let me go, so I left it before the copper showed up. It's really quite a fake when you now.
Yes, and I think she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over.
Sonny, really go for it. Pressure on every statement.
Okay, I will. I suppose I should.
Oh, another thing.
What's that?
Hey, look at those two. Is this just even whispering to each other the entire time?
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mrs. Strahd? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats?
Yeah, that's right. It's just black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilda was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord.
That's just what I told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Are Mr. McGilda and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. I didn't hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well. But if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They got talking about buying and not buying.
That's business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, it got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I had a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
Can I believe you let out an involuntary scream?
Yeah. That's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was it this you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
But does this have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilda picked it up pretty smallish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. And he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed.
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
There are two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. I must have looked down through the skyline and noticed the cove with a knife in his guts. When they screamed, the private pulled up the horses and McGilda got out of my sight.
Out of sight? Where?
I found the seat where I started off. As the carriage came to a halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slopes.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilda, the driver and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I had the cabin door open and the voice from outside.
The driver, yes. You also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilda and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. As we begin, it's that the driver something we do with on the phone shop rounded out.
What if I just press everything again?
Hold it!
just do this another time?
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector? Mr. Graydon? Oh, Plum, are you trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? This fellow? Or the other one, Sunshine? You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that this is rightfully mine. Jackson, don't tell me you take bribes. Thank you, Mr. Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the Omnibus. It would appear that on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the Omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, Megiddo took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the Omnibus incident, Megiddo's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I don't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, Phil died right after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They're only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Mr. Lestrade, it would appear Mr. Megiddo was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He's probably gonna sell it. And I can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
Evidence requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. And head into the climax of this trial. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. Megiddo 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick! Let's open it, see what's inside.
Oh, gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here you have the means to play back Mr. Megiddo's disc. The positive wind bangs at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not Matilda's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. Why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brick breaker was trying to sell his music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc are... well, they're unrelated to the case.
You're obviously not.
There's no need to sword somewhere after seeing the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that is fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection.
But no, that piece of evidence is police property now, you can't.
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Aha! No further delays, please. Play the disc! Didn't you take the note off? On earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. Morse code. Mr. Graydon. This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Oh, with much regret. A view of the court must have said that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh? Just what relevance do you propose this willful chiming has on this case? This is defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sound we're hearing are music.
making deductions based on how people react to what you say. Yeah, just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind? Because if not, it will be the death of your ill-informed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure frivolousness.
Bruno. I just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really. The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris.
Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not, in fact, music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. On the dots, you say. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sound on this music disc is... Just making sure.
Take that!
Today's paper, Counsel? The headline is "One Broker Perishes in Pickford's Plunder." Totally supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secured lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transitions are in the form of wire telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input please.
Stop. Oh, with me, sir. What was this matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And a particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports?
Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, Adam. It bears more than a passenger's limits to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
But I don't believe it.
Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there can be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? For foreign government's confidential information, hostile nations will surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the Omnibus. But in the end, they gilded terrorists, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilder would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Grade? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I have to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most litigious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Raiden. So then, let us proceed.
Hold it!
Go let's have a grab and walk here, Governor. You got things to say.
I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. We ain't bad enough to sell our motherland. That's right. You're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. That timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilder anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man.
Look, we done this break to the gap the other night, like what he told us to do. If he'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, he wouldn't have touched it.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
What, Mr. Governor? What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here?
We did, Gov, we did.
Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, get us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. You're supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the keys of whose shop it was, eh? Warlock didn't have to die, did he?
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Hold it!
So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with such sensitive information.
No, stop. Must say something. Stop.
Anything else? Juror number 5.
We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the industry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is the highest skilled operator. Stop. Only in the present of idle. Stop.
So you've had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in cipher. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
No, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians and the Ministry Communications team. He assists in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Bringing present is idle. Stop.
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
Juror number 5. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatant apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Well, it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. And as a student.
I'll be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson? You're in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A, and does this be? But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discriminable meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. There's dots and dashes, come on. The assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future.
Oh, so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box. So many other things would slot in place so nicely.
There's dots and dashes if you just listen, I swear. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend? Repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum. It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it appears the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. I propose that this music box appears to produce only a single tone. Could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code. What's this button in here?
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you could put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with Matilda 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or disc. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit that the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
There. Looks like you need to give your argument more strength right now.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, then I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that Omnibus, the Gilda killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seemed he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remembered little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with the Gilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. You have nothing more to add on that note. Let us return to the witness testimony. I also suppose we could have kept the book with all the debts in it, the loans. I think Mr. Graydon told you to, you mean?
Let's see, we'll see. Timmy thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the road has a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash.
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Who is? The Graydon's in old China.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
Huh? Who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash, I mean. Look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't have believe it. When he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
He was always a little one. He had the brains. He had the savvy. Always come up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Well, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton's and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom.
Yeah, I found the twist.
And neither does your fruit.
Oh, the teacher asked us a question, didn't they? And we was answering. Yeah, we didn't do nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
Yes.
My lord. Yes, counsel.
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. A Skulkin's never Skulkin.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to locals. That's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. So this was just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever coach like you would have worked that one out.
Hold!
That's it.
Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel?
Objection!
Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... You want the happiness of homes that one came from.
Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him.
She took the name Graydon then, say. That will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all the bunkum. I've been in Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? Negotiation Jenny overheard on the Omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the Omnibus Petition McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between you two men somehow.
No. Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton? Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the Omnibus Case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand had been negotiated with Mr. McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, Saint's alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena these records. The truth is you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGilded in collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. Blended of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes. Stealing information being sent in secret government communications, selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using two music boxes to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And very effective. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker made his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Winterbank 2 days ago. In attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had pawned in Mason Pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. Until that same night. You enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to uncover the second disc. You should just think that the second disc was inside the music box.
Eh? We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Winterbank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera indeed. But the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious. Because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it would have fallen from the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago. We know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Winterbank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the final bullet? Struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? Shouldn't have been wearing white.
He's got enamel, China. Time to go quits and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there when the Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as if you noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The wolf from the Skulkin Brothers gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. This. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you!
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed a gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... Order! 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 It would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial, I hope. Mr. Graydon? Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly struck the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winnebank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite the extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! 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 It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accuser's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely impossible, my lord. But only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical the agent used, with your lordship's permission. You can shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Runo.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. They tested with their chemicals.
Oh, help. You're right. How to get it off the sleeves, though? My lord, the defense subjected to test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. More Venzies. Make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. I mean, that's the moment you were shot. Yes, so I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Since I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
Well, I won't be gum on him. He tried to shove me out the way. And then you scampered through that door and out back.
At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had been a third firearm involved. In other words, the accuser must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. It was at that moment. The little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the people onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. People don't just pick up guns off the ground. You don't know where they've been. You don't know what they've done. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left it clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up?
We made a bit of mess around the counter, so Mr. Wilson flew there, told us to tidy it up. He thinks he's up living numb sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you?
Excuse me!
Excuse me, do we have a problem here? Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine. That should be my line. Do you realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin?
Well, I mean, this dude's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when you got them to the station?
And why didn't you?
Of course. We didn't know nothing about it. What else leaving people on the door? I'm sorry about that.
I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
Cool, blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this thing gives you the willies.
No, that wasn't Grexy at all. He's really all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that's definitely out of character.
Fish and chips.
What you feeling, Runa?
As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment.
We have to find a way to break this man. It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter on Virginia's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing he'd claim if he hadn't genuinely seen it happen.
But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterberg, so what's going on?
Oh no, it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Those can use test tubes too.
Or did you? All over her? Yes, you're the people, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. Why, I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
It's not Mr. Winnemag's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milton's blood from when the killer stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't. Though unfortunately we can't use this evidence to support our case.
Father.
Hold it! Objection!
Okay, so what I want to do is say that with the position of Mr. Winnemag's body, it's very unlikely that Gina was the one who shot him in the back. Because then she would have to have been in the doorway too. Let's see if it works.
Objection!
And also, if the blood had splattered all over her, she would have gotten her some on her regular clothes too. No other blood on the scene.
Objection!
That's not it either. guess I gotta keep pressing.
Hold it!
Mr. Windenbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe? Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we would just be regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Does the pair carry a gun? What do you mean when you say you're near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves with forfeited items. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bro, but the old geezer chucked me over the blue encounter. So pull me gun on the old fella. And I soon made him scarf it.
The pair of you sitting on the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. There you go.
Hold it!
You need to chase after him. I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
It don't surprise me. The storeroom door's a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening here. Let's just see what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I shouldn't have. And what about you, burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
You won't like Pika. Didn't see nothing of the swap down.
I thought these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes. Though neither of them noticed how I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed straight at the man. And then, what'd you see next? Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I had the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Oh, the blood on the accuser's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
Report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it appeared that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End report.
Goodness me. See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windenbank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilda. Just before his coat was deposited at Windenbank's, McGilda had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. But the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the Omnibus Case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nepalese friend? I don't suppose you don't have some sort of spirit channeler or something like that? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Gilbert's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any sort of respect you may have for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery was what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not?
Even stereoscopes can help the answer to that problem help out. Can't be done. But we use Mr. Jones' specially formulated chemical. Mr. Jones is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I had a piroski to starving boy, and he ran away crying. For Lux Holmes, it's barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Lord. Been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Examination.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Well, it appears the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. Pokemon Cat, thanks for the raid. So nice of you to join me. What is this? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Who is this? Officer? You've delivered the report now, that would be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by nothing other than the human mind. Mr. Sholmes? What is the meaning of this? Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? Thus I heard you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set up on an errand. What errand?
Really, it's really you. You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I've made you rather late to rise, my apologies. Now, my lord, if you would humor me... In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying.
Appreciate the follow, Pokemon Cat.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem choice to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Yeah? Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright. I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I've asked just for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Really, this place is full of idiots. Nothing can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Oh well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A leaving present. From Mrs. Sato. From Mrs. Sato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mrs. Sato foresaw the day's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you're wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Goes with the dear lady's instructions. What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made!
Huh. And how is this going to be relevant?
What is he up to?
Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when he left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato uses this contraction for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Your 5 minutes is over. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in your leanings. No doubt my learned friend would consider a summation examination. But at any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? I'm gonna examine some mates. My lord, the defense requests. Cross-examination didn't get me anywhere. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What of Mr. Sato's gracious gesture? Would you let this final piece of evidence to let you go to waste? This is not time for an action. This is time to hear from a witness. But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point.
I don't think that's what Hurley means, Runo. Have you forgotten where we are in the trial?
If the defense has nothing more to add, I think we should proceed to the education.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord. The defense requests further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? You hear that a rather important detail escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Ah, Shrooms, he timed this on purpose.
So nobody can see anything then. Everyone has to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon.
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes! The senso... This can't leave before the court in a state of such high fever. Yet the man has extraordinary strength of mind or extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. So she must have used it in the shop somewhere where when Naruhodo was chasing after the thieves. But where? Okay, this is an important moment I gotta save.
How in the world did Susie manage to take off with this without me noticing? Did she use it in the pawnbrokery?
Yes, at least that's what Mr. Sholmes said. Okay. I think it's here. Yeah, starting out at the peephole was a pretty narrow shot.
Objection!
Wonder if it's that eccentric contraption, Council.
Oh, it's my cat's welcome mat, my lord. Maybe it's a way for cats to get in and out of a room. You can cut through any door you can think of. You can new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to the case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there's no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? Peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yacht, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together. It's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door, I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see it inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much as my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the people in that storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the people in the door was? Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her action. That's the most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. And then when did you just knock the little knob on the peephole? Explain yourself, Counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed to the people in the storeroom door. Yes, the filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that people did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claimed to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything that cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, designed to be very powerful. It can cut through in the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Maggie! Cooey! Time for dinner! Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat my creates are all the fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match.
You know, while I'm here, let me take a little peek at the court here. Oh my god, the door really was made.
Well, Tilky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume that the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What's the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Fenzies? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There's no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, our learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Indeed, that is so, Lord Fenzies. Well, counsel? Do you have proof?
Don't give up now, Runo. This is time to create your opening and force your way through.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of Windibanks storeroom was created after the event and not before.
Take that!
The defense believes this is all the proof the court should need.
Objection!
The defense is extremely hopeful. Okay, the photo before, fine.
Take that!
You know what I meant, come on guys. What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print was seen in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. It also shows the accused mercilessly wielded the gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claimed to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Order! 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 I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned defense assistance can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more Lord Fenzeeks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Shirley always says. One lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statements. They said that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she had shot him. But how could she possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously I... As the cat got your tongue with this. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I get the order to have officers working round the clock and shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place to the people in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a wit, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's ain't nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Mission denied. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon? You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you have just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. Who was the person in question, Counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Oh, it had to have been.
Take that!
Shoot this. It can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me?
Objection!
You better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. I should just assume that until such time as he was summoned. Yes, my lord. Until then, it's usual to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he'd have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. He was suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that I received the information, but that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with It's you, Inspector Gregson. This is blue and outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the Ben sentence trial at the pawnbrokery. Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of me from the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Yeah, we saw them talking while I was cross-examining Gina.
Ooh, I just remembered something, Runo.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yes, now that you mention it. Maybe Elf was dispatched to retrieve Miguel's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. The audacity of doing that in front of everybody here. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making this all up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why are you giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps... it was part of a deal of some kind? Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector? I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
He is a sulky skulkin. It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nippon student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
No, you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? What a bleeding door could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited in Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box, designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that a coda on the pair of discs that were in Mr. McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. I put it to you, Inspector. In order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, You covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winterbanks, you said this. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, is that right? That back years ago it was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were to cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the military, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this as evidence to the court, he objected so heavily, I presume. Because he knew that it contained highly confidential information. Well, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely. Surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music boxes, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Inspector, how could you?
Objection!
If, and that's just if, the sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth. It would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? You just said Renosuke is possibly in the Inspector's pocket. Because Inspector Grayson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the Inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this manner. No. He would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Grayson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. We can only have struck a deal with each other when Jenny was testifying before. And Gracie hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please. Order examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. This young man wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if you'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. Under the hat too. What? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, on the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just turning real because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the Inspector's personal effects? I mean, I'm gonna say yes, obviously. Unless Mr. Sholmes, Miraculously Ray Exception has something to say about it, maybe? Well, if he's so certain, he probably gave it to someone else already. So what if I search someone else? Yes, it depends. Omni demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Enough, I got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff conducts a search at the Inspector's personal.
Objection!
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? What's the last have you, Sunshine? The court should have to put up with this nonsense. You mean completely irrational.
You're sticking with what y'all told him to and having the courage of his convictions. Treat your respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly conveys his next words. You what? Yeah, don't be hasty, my lord. Counsel, for whom do you request this search now? Okay, if he hasn't moved from the stand in all this time, there's only a certain person he could have given it to. He definitely wouldn't have. Did he give it to Sholmes while he was at the stand before?
Take that! Objection!
Okay, maybe I overthought that. Yeah, I was overthinking it.
Take that!
My lord. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never.
Employment. Me? In?
Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard. As the object to the search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
But Lord Van Zeeks.
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ugh. Bailiff, carry out the search.
Yeah, hold on, Mo. I don't hear nothing. Nothing about no this. Get it out!
Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box 6.
I know nothing about it. Nothing.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ah! Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Go on, Bennett. I'm just... Go on, flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, what do you think to say? What exactly is going on here? There's a deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. And for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, while Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he did know. You know he was gonna fall clean up, I did. I was wishing that didn't born as me brother I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle and started shaking me. Other places didn't get mentioned that they're going when we got down the station, that's what he said. Got it right down my ear, I did. He's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Oh, bless my wig. He hid it? You... I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. The detective had acquired the disc he was after. Why on earth would we then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. You could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Right now, hush hush, say no more. Hush hush. A top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. You've seen that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. What's this mean? You only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Rexon, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly? Please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the Inspector. Oh my god.
Objection!
But then... How do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... what? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire this? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a court and your inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done has been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he is a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon, this is how you still an operator. Stop. Turning your peasants of idle. Stop.
Detective has very much trust in his. More than this I cannot say.
Is Jenny gonna be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then I'm gonna lose. Either some proof that Mr. Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel. I think it's time I'm posed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, though. That is, unless he has some compelling evidence here thus far not presented to the court.
There's no choice then, Reno. Let's throw some more evidence at them.
Okay, it's definitely not the third one. Oh my god, is this it? I'm carrying this all this time for no reason. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Eh? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on.
Take that!
What on earth is this, Counsel? Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. Or perhaps, irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my living friend's mind. I thought I was gonna guilt him into admitting it. Ah, jeez. I thought it was gonna be really dramatic. So I guess I present this and then play both the discs.
Take that!
Is that Mr. Gilda's Peculiar Music Box Council? Yes. With the disc already in place to play, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc council.
Hold it!
No, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, yep. Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed. The sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory. Report out loud, Sunshine. We talk about state secrets here. If you're gonna let in the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? In order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. If you let that secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leak confidential case details to a witness. Then you continue to lie into the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Vinci, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. Let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense request, the court will now listen that this music box is in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. What's the matter? I'm unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it, whatever you want. Just set that moving box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector?
I did.
Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. The patrol car was zoomed after the recess, and we were still here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up!
The detective turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? We have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. But how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable with will soon be very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people on the storeroom door, and bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that! Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. You. Traitor! God, he's about to commit murder again. Also, that game's gonna break. Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! I despised my life growing up. The slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilden. You're feeling with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw you away if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now.
I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilda would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. Lord of the Devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you're committing. And for that reason, I took quick lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still just a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man than the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box disc, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, will you, in the loft. That's how I had to make the 2 discs. Thereby slitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilda in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs, and a music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilda for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the Omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. Why was it that on the Omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilda and not yourself. When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilda, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilda. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilda really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. to exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. The Gilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with the Gilded by then, so I shared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I know exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. The Gilded himself has shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom, ensured that he walked free, I took matters in my own hands, and delivered the justice that the monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? As soon as I let to leave. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There are some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making checks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. That's why I can be present for it myself. So that police friend came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right. An imposter. Hired by me. The Gilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So he gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered the Gilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account, indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes. I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and a music box you need to play them. And look at that now! We're making this little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery? Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. They fetch good 10 guineas if you sell it, so we will. So, I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, he would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. I remember now that when we first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Mr. Stroud written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilda's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And yes, sure enough she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to the Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilda's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had it not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilda was involved. Inspector! My goal was to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering this fellow's possessions and then examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. That's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Ash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I sold to McGilda on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. The story is story tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Earlier, he called McGilda the monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. What you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw, and despised so deeply it been gilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at least you have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson would have been sharply graded. He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Gather squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push. The final call. The finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Reno. You finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Mr. Strahd, I'm not finished with you yet.
Eh? Well, what are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider,
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seemed.
Eh? Never done nothing of the sort. Aw, and this is what I was getting excited about throwing a party for Jenny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it's certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my lunch man's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he had done, so...
It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs We're nothing more than that. I mean, mysterious have two different tones.
What? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Oh, you're off your nut. How many times do I have to tell you? Does this name mysterious secret, sunshine? This court will not appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilda conspired and can trade natural secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Mr. Strahd.
Yeah, my lord?
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. You've only experienced it before any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I didn't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
You know.
But look, we're gonna work something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I can look forward to the born-again Mr. Strahd never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Popwinbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Machina Lestrade, not guilty. That is all. Court is adjourned. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Forreston friend. Oh. Despite being a Nepalese, he saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grind to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again. You in the court. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nepalese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the men I once knew, and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me. Went up to the end. You're as odd as your name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one's ever asked before, see? Kept the promise, I mean. Properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life, grown up in the slums, I never trusted no one. That's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Doesn't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
Crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks. This is the way I see it, Rinosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? What? I'm monologuing. What the deuce does a man have to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes!
Yes, it was me all along, you see? I assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed, I was. But I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely bait my knowledge of the known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. Now very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you.
Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
Why, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Oh well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but well, how do you feel? Did you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are rewarded for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial you was working with winds up dead anyway? Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. Exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilden, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean, like God?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? You know some people are like on the inside. He wouldn't have got the wrong end of the stick. Doesn't goes like that with water, want to rot into the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like the McGilders of this world, so I ain't scared. Like a principal, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strahd.
Boy, just give a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, Yeah, you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to beat you there.
Honest, my dear. I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This fair made other fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for dinner tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? breaking and entering, taking the control of stuff, was in luck, blah blah blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But that ain't an offense. It's a job, ain't it?
It isn't.
Still, it's caught me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Oda?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. It's a wonderful idea, Jenny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing.
The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yeah. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Hello?
Yes? Ah, what was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase here that are missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strahd.
Eh?
On occasion such as this, I recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Jenny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks. Hello? Thank you for everything, what you've done. For believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Oh well, what the indomitable pickpurse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this child is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Runo? Really?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I had no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, we'll start with the good news this time. The rain is honey stuff. There's a record level of rainfall apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait,
That's right. If you head to the station immediately, you may still make it in time to scrape Susie off.
but... it won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Jones? I rested Victoria Station early and made arrangements for our special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. I don't know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious big soul. Item. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. But I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London Victoria!
That took somewhat longer than I anticipated.
This must be about to leave now.
Mrs. Sato, where are you? Over there, look!
Hold it!
Mrs. Sato, wait! What are you doing?
Mr. Naruto.
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that scenes were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Ina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you're about to throw into the sea? It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? Would I be incorrect in assuming it's because of the people, Mr. Sato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How'd you come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Soames had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. That's the rune of Iron Man.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That hand's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't know us for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat compliment, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then... Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play in my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. Not at that moment, a little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind.
I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So,
Well, you used a cat flapper mat to make the people in the door.
let's catch it in that photographic print at the shop. Or one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed. It was of first importance to that point. Precisely when the people was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus Begilded.
I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Just from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. You know, I was sure he would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime?
That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely that witnessed it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door.
For which, a people would be the very thing.
Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap?
So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the people to anyone, not even to the police. I know. I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape. The truth about the people could save him. That was my plan.
But then... why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Mrs. Strahd's. Mrs. Sato.
Truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, it's the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Green is the one who lied in the witness stand, using the people as the way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the evil inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life.
all for your kind words, Sister Naruhodo. You saved me too from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Mr. Shaw's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in the trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Sister Naruhodo. I'm trying to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they're written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. Then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a 0-5 problem, I assure you.
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Hey, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just, Asogi? Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend.
What? Oh, how do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written down in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. It is sing English, at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added the Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying?
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it?
You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. So would you let me see that?
Mrs. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus on your efforts on the English version?
Be that as it may. Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. What can this possibly mean? There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
First is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi?
second is a Shin.
I don't recognize that name.
The third is T. Gregerson.
Gregson? So it seems Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list.
And the last name...
What's the matter, Mrs. Sato?
It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is this, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the full names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all four. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then? Where's Susie and Rudo come from? Oh, well... no. It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windermake's murder today, I feel like I rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Sato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Mrs. Sato. I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me.
It's Naruto.
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Sporia when I was dragged up from that wardrobe so half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you are the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
And Susato.
My instincts were right. I really want to believe, well, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Yes. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Holmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line. The other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we should never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a criminal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato.
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Holmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Fill it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Bruno's words. I know just the one he'll use here.
Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Oh, those poor kittens. And good for you, learn to clean up your own messes. Good for them, I guess. But that's the end of that. Next time we're diving into Great States Attorney 2. But thanks to everyone who's joined me. It's been a great time. Hope y'all doing well. And I'll catch y'all next week.